Alrighty then. Hello, welcome. This is welcome back to heaven. Welcome back to the stable. I'm Maud. Let's see. Welcome to today's fourth drawing stream. I actually don't know what number this is. I'll have to check. Actually, I can check right now. Hold on. Anyways, hi, hello. Welcome. Today's stream is the last stream I need to become an affiliate for Twitch, apparently. So even when this stream is over, it'll take a while for Twitch to realize I've streamed. So I'll probably actually get the official, oh, you've done something in like a day or two after this stream. But hi, hello. Yes, Alien will soon be a Twitch mod. Should everything go as planned today. I was thinking about that. I was wondering if, like, we should have a different term for the Twitch moderators than for the Discord moderators. Because we refer to both of them as horsemen, which might get confusing. So I was wondering if I should get a new name for that just to make sure there's a difference. Stable hands, yes, I was thinking about stable hands. Hello. Oh, that's right, I do have news today. After today's stream, I won't be able to stream for 2 weeks after this. Why? My environment will become unsuitable for about 2 weeks to stream. Probably. So until it clears up in 2 weeks, I won't be streaming for 2 weeks. I will, however, be active on the Discord. So, well, nothing different there, but there just won't be any streams. It's nothing that big. We simply have some guests coming over that we'll have to accommodate for 2 weeks, and the guests will be bringing a particularly young, particularly noisy guest, who can't resist putting their hand on every doorknob that exists. So So I won't be streaming for 2 weeks because of that. Also, the little tyke wants me to teach her how to draw. So yes, 2 weeks, no stream. Again, I'll be active on the Discord. And I guess, technically, if you guys want to see me draw still, I could screen share myself drawing on the Discord. I just won't be able to talk. We won't get this fancy stream format either. And my background music. But yes, hello, welcome to today's stream. Now, what are we doing today? Well, we're drawing today. We're also chatting today. But, we're drawing today. Last time we did Genshin, that was a disaster. I have no idea if it was Genshin's fault or Twitch's fault that everything was laggy and that everyone got kicked out of the stream, basically. But, that was a disaster, so we probably won't be doing that anytime soon again. So we're we're back to our usual format. Welcome back to I Draw Stuff. Can we draw the yokai this stream? You want the yokai this stream? It's just like, it's not impossible, but it's like, what am I gonna draw with the yokai? Because everything I usually draw for them, it's to answer ask, or to provide backstory substance like the childhood memories of the Hearts of the Bull group. As a quartet, OG quartet have their own streams. In that logic, where's my I Draw Genshin all day stream? Where's my I Draw Aether all day and you have to listen to me stream? Just kidding. I would submit you guys to that. Oh, they're chilling out together. That seemed a little boring. Let's see, it was in the blog. We're down for me. One of these days, these days, I'll get my Aether stream. Even if it's just me in there for like 7 hours talking to myself about why I think Aether's poofy pants are an excellent idea, but let's see. Alien, I know you'll be there for probably to the end. Sophie tends to have other things to do when I'm streaming. If you want more Aether content, come hit me up in the Genshin category on our Discord. I'm all too happy to draw Aether. Anyways, so today's not going to be an Aether stream. It's okay, Alien, I understand. That's a lot to draw, you know. If you want like their full bodies, that would be 8 boys. Just riddle decking Leon in the face, please. Let's see. I haven't drawn someone getting punched in a while. Sophie, stop bragging in the chat. It was not that long ago you became a horseman. Do I? I'm sorry, Sophie, I can't hear you from how deeply you've dug yourself into the holes you've made. Constantly. Did I have a good week? I don't think I ever had a bad week, but yes, I did have a good week. Sophie, why don't you quit being a horseman and become a comedian? I don't know, Sophie. If you really want to pursue your dream of being a comedian, I can revoke you as the horseman anytime. Just let me know. Well, there's no one else who's been like, well, not that I can remember off the top of my head, who has a so far perfect track record the way Alien does for my streams, so we don't know if we're getting any more stable hands. Well, to be honest, there's like not that many people at my streams anyways, and if a bot comes on, I usually can tell because I look at the chat and it's like first time viewer, so I always look over when there's a first time viewer notification, and you know, bots don't talk before that, so I can usually see them myself. So it's just like, we don't really need more stable hands because we don't have that many people coming on anyways. There's way, like, a lot of people on the stable, the Discord. And you guys come on at all times of day. No, there's not like a lot of things that need to be done on the Twitch chat anyways, it's just show up fairly regularly, and then if you catch a bot, well, I guess I can catch bots myself because we don't get many viewers anyways, and you guys don't talk that much. I guess the only thing the Twitch stable hands need to really do is just take care of the conversation in the chat. Like, make sure it doesn't go wildly out of hand, I think. Like, here I am drawing, and then y'all are talking about, hey, did you hear about what happened down the street? Just, like, keep the topic relevant is probably the most I can ask of a Twitch moderator. Yeah, Ruggy's super small. Well, he's enough that he can wrap around your neck, but compared to the other guys, he's really small. He doesn't get any bigger either. Unlike the other guys, other big guys who can shrink themselves, Ruggy can only get smaller from there. That's his max size. It's been a while since I've drawn Riddle. Also been a while since I had to draw an action pose. Oh, thanks for remembering me, Sophie. I feel like that is a thing on like normal VTubers. Regular VTubers etiquette, chat etiquette. It's like don't start topics that don't involve the streamer or something like that. Riddle wouldn't punch Leona over hogging Master. Oh yeah, the plot I made in my brain for the Yokai AU of like everything kind of a parallel to how things go in Twisted Wonderland. Probably is the after you get involved with Savannah Claw for the first time. Riddle has to establish himself as top of the pecking order. Not satisfied with there. Because Leona's been around since the previous couple heads, so Riddle's like a really young kid to him. And you know, the previous heads were usually kitsunes or tengus, and now the head is an oni that's really small. I guess I can post this picture to the Yokai blog so the folks on the Yokai blog find out that I'm streaming on Twitch. That there's even like a Discord. True, you do get a lot of insider info from just being in the same area as me, because I just tend to talk about things. How tall is Riddle in full Oni form? Well, if we use Ace as a base, so let's just... This is Ace. I'll give him a tail. That's Ace. That's Ace. And this is like... This is like, you know, regular Riddle. As his ears. That's like regular Riddle. Then like Oni Riddle at his full height would probably be somewhere like here. He's pretty big. That's about like 3 aces tall. He's tall enough that Jack in his beast form looks like a regular dog to him. Well, the regular big dogs, of course, but... Always measure people and how they... and dogs. Yeah, Riddle's pretty big. Well, that's typically why Oni's, Oni stick to their smaller forms. Valueless, oh man. I should just do like a really stupid height chart. Okay, so here we have Ace, right? My divine measuring stick. And then we get like... And then we get like Riddle, right? At full size. And I have like... This is Jack. I always use Ace as like our normal thing. I've used Ace to model for most of the Hearts of the Bull outfits too, before the designs are finalized. Hold on, I gotta erase Riddle so we can talk about the heights more. If you're wondering how big Leona is, he's like somewhere here. Kind of just sits here. Yeah. Yeah. Oui. How tall is Ace? Ace is about the size of an average man. Which is why I pulled him out. He's like 5'7", somewhere around there. There's Leon. Who else should we talk about? Because like all the other characters who get like boring, huge beast forms haven't been introduced yet. But I guess I can like tell you generally how big they would be. Okay. So how big are the twins in their beast form? Because I did mention that they have one. The twins. Well, this is their head. Here, I'll put their earrings so you know it's one of them. They're like... Actually, let's make them a little... Move these guys up so you can... Okay, back to the twins. Yarr. 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 Actually, I'll just put that here. Something like that, I guess. There you go. Wow, it's wheels. Is this just a noise cut? No, it's Floyd! Look at the uncanny resemblance! With the 20 aces long. Hold on, so you don't believe me, that's Floyd. Now you believe me. Who else? This is really good looking. Who else had a beast form? Well, I think everyone knows Malleus is a beast. So I guess I'll draw Malleus too. I'll just put his regular horns. I don't think he has these horns in the AU, but we're just gonna put these regular horns because you know what he looks like this. There you go, Malleus. I'm not drawing! I'm just drawing his big shape. Wait. This is horse prints all over again. Wait. 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 This is about the size proportions, I guess, yeah. Remember, Ace, this is Ace, the normal man. Oh my god. Let's just like, here, we'll take Ace on a journey. So you see, Ace is just like... Ace is a small compared to everyone. By the way, this is Malleus sitting down, so you can probably imagine that he's way bigger than this. Hold on, and then we put like... That's Ruggy. And then this is probably Grove. By the way, this is your most powerful, most oldest yokai. The almighty Grim. I do really good work with the yokai. I'm like trying to remember if there's anyone else in like beast form that's like big. Can Grim get bigger? He probably only gets as big as like the Overblot look, which is definitely Grim. I think everyone agrees that's definitely Grim. So I'd say like at his most serious he gets to that size, which is about the size of Jack, I would say. I'm half wondering if I should put the names on it, but I feel like you guys should understand. I mean, look at the uncanny resemblance to so many of your favorite characters. I made eye contact with Floyd again. What little eye contact we can make. Oh. What an atrocity. I guess just so we seal the deal, I'll put... Wait. Here we go, now you can really tell it's Floyd. What? Leona seems bald without his mane? Okay. Well, I'll fix that. Wait. Please. There we go. I gotta share this image. I guess I have to. How else are you guys gonna know about their size? I'll put Smarkle's one. I guess. Actually, I guess we should put it on the Discord, huh? Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to the screen. I'm putting on the Discord. Okay, it's on the stream. It's on the not stream, on the Discord now. I mean, it's official work, and it's their actual sizes. They just look terrible. They've been reduced and simplified so you can easily understand their heights. I mean, look, Ace is there. Okay, we can go back to the drawing screen now. I was worried that another Genshin would happen and you have to see my desktop again. Which looks the same as before. I didn't change my wallpaper. Is Lilia tiny? Yeah, Lilia doesn't change shape, so he's the same height as he always is. Which is, you know, smaller than Ace, so... Oh yeah, we were drawing that. Okay, I'll put this on the bottom and then we'll get back to this. I forgot we were doing stuff like this. We got so enraptured in height. To be honest, we were very busy with more important things. Like how tall Riddle gets. He forgot Riddle has added in this AU. It's a good point. Another thing I do about the Riddle in this AU is that his hair is much messier than a regular Riddle would be. Probably because he's swamped in paperwork most of the day, and when he's not doing paperwork, he has to go, you know, rile up, get the other ones to calm down with brute force sometimes. Well, it's like every shonen manga ever. If you can't resolve it with words, you must take the fist. It's the hunter organization's job to deal things in friendship. There is like a blur feature. On Firepocket. It's been a while since I've used it because I didn't have a reason to, but maybe we should try and figure that out today. Yui is very cool, yes. Especially in the Seiyu. They're still kind of dealing with the consequences of that in their own bloodline. It does feel like that sometimes. You like someone, but sometimes you just feel like you want to punch them. Yeah, that's just how it feels sometimes. Does Yui still have to deal with Otome powers? As it's Yui will always have that kind of inexplicable charm to them that draws people in. It's actually what they utilize to get a lot of people to listen to them during the reformation. Well, Yui being an Otome game protagonist is about the unremovable as a trait as Yuto being romantic, I would say. Now, I wonder if I can... You can't see that I'm messing with Windows right now. I guess I could just like... I guess we could just do the motion blur later. Attempt it at least. Let's see... guess that about does it for riddles, so we just gotta... Alright, put riddle away, and then we get Leona in. Let's see. Mod, why is the shirt only the top part of the body, not the whole thing? What do you mean by that? You mean why is he like... Why is he showing last skin here? It's actually an Oni thing, because Onis typically are like half naked from the... on the top. Cause like this entire top bit is Riddle's collar. Because his thread's like put through it. So technically this entire thing is his collar. To put his thread through. Because Oni are typically entirely shirtless. If anything, Riddle's pretty reserved for an Oni. No problem. That's what the streams were for, to answer questions. Okay, and then we curl his hair like this. And then we draw the face here. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Right now we're drawing what Sophie requested. Yokai AU Leona getting punched in the face by Riddle. I'm glad people recognize it's Floyd. He's so majestic looking for someone who's getting decked in the face. You don't know who the tall man is? That's Riddle! Obviously. Duh. Oh, he's talking about Jack. Right? Can't you tell if I was beautiful, beautiful eyes? I spent like a millisecond on those eyes. Whoa, bot. Let's see. There we go. Wait. Wait. Ah. Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay. Me clicking off made Fire Poke upset. Okay, here we go. Do it like this. Oh, this goes first. You gotta do the arm. If you're wondering what happened just now, Sophie was joking about it, and then Alien misunderstood it for real. Well, technically anything could be your pet. Pet eel, my god. I can imagine not. Why would you lavish such a creature in affections? But they are delicious. So I will think of it as emergency provisions. Mm. See. I'll be hidden behind Riddle while draw his hand anyways. And honestly, when it comes to drawing hands, I personally have a lot of fun. But that's also because like I just have fun drawing bodies in general because it's like, well, I have hands, so I can kind of feel it out when I draw it because I know like how joints bend or how far they can go, what it feels like. Remember folks, Sophie multitask all the time, so don't be surprised if they just suddenly poof. Just disappear. What the heck is the glove technique? You draw them like they're wearing gloves and separate a couple fingers. Works every time. Hmm? You draw them like they're wearing a glove and then you separate a couple fingers. Hmm? Separate it. Hmm? Who's the wish? Let's see. Okay, I think this is gonna work. Alright. Okay. Wow, this looks really good. Thanks for remembering me, Sophie. Alright, now I can motion blur this. I wish I could do like the kind of action things, but I don't really know how to. Here, hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. Wait. There we go. Why do they have no eyes? Adding eyes would make this picture a little too serious, so we removed them for comedy's sake. There we go. Alright, that's one drawing for today's stream. What should we do next? I do like ears. What should we draw? Any ideas, folks? Oh man, since we're doing Yokai AU today, I guess we'll stick to Yokai AU. And guys, remember if I draw inks, you have to sit there for the entire time of drawing it. Do try to keep the requests on the down low. I did the previous one because it was only 2 characters. Anything else would be a bit too big. I'm just looking at chat. While waiting for requests, I drew Ace in the meantime. Cheka's design. Cheka hasn't had his design made because I'm still stalling on the hunter designs with the quartet, using the quartet as models, and then like as the, what was it called? RSA characters are introduced, I have to like edit the uniform and their, you know, with their quirks. So Cheka is also kind of included in that waitlist, because technically he's with them. There you go, your loading screen. We're running out of ideas, we're not smart enough. Mod, help us. Ah! You want me to think of ideas? Man, you guys are really... Well, first I'm gonna save Ace because I drew more of him than I thought. I was gonna do him a little doodle as we waited. But we'll save him. I can put it on the Discord later. Let's see. I mean, we've been keeping it really lighthearted. We did this, and then I drew that. I don't know this. Oh look, let me pull out the old... I have my sketchbooks here with me today. Let's see, it should be this one. There they are. Ah yes, all the Oh, the beta designs. All the modeling I had Ace do for me. Ace and Deuce. Let's see. Here's an idea, because we can't think of anything. Do y'all want to see... Do y'all want to see some doodles of the next group? Because their designs aren't finalized, but like, I do like how the design looks, but I've never drawn it on the computer to see how it looks clean. I'm okay with showing you them because, they're the most human-looking group if you disregard that thing. If you disregard that thing, they're really normal looking. Oh my god. I look at Flora and if you disregard Floyd, they blend in really well with humans, so they don't have any kind of features like, you know, Leona does. Big tail, little ears. Keep in mind that the designs aren't finalized, and I'm not going to be telling you what yokai they are. It's just how they look, or what their current designs are right now. Nothing is finalized. This is all my concept designs. All my really messy sketches I had to make sense of. I'll just draw like little... Oh man, people were missing out this stream. Maybe I won't post this picture on the Discord. Ooh! Oh man, I actually really liked Floyd's design. I kind of looked back at it and I was like, wait a minute, I actually really like those. You spread the word, all of you streamcomers, that I'm dropping the designs here. I just never know what's gonna happen either. Maybe I'll draw Genshin, maybe I'll draw the OCs, maybe I'll draw the OCs you guys have never seen before. Like I did recently, it's just like, I dropped them there and I left them. And maybe I'll drop the new designs. Cause technically Scarabia is being designed too. But I guess I can't show Scarabia yet. Cause we haven't even done Fish Boys. I'll just keep it simple with the poses. People who don't attend my streams are missing out. Especially because this is such a popular group. This group just dominates in general. They're really popular even here in the English fandom. I mean, who doesn't want a fish mafia? Not only like they're like a mafia group who has a cafe aesthetic. I don't know if I call it cafe because they're in suits, but you get what I mean. That kind of bar look. Mafia bar look and twin gangsters, basically. Tall, muscular twin gangsters. And then Azul's like a huge pretty boy. He's a pretty boy and he's got like a mafia boss deal. And then he also has that flip of being a crybaby. People love to bully him. There's not a lot going on in this group. I've got a little too many goods. Especially for people who are already into villains. Because these are typically the villains you'd kind of see in most shows. Especially the twins thing. Wow, first time message from someone to talk about Azul. Oh man, it's been a while since I've joined this group. It's been like a really long time. I mean, you could tell just by the height. Hold on, I'm pulling things up. It's like, Azul isn't that short, it's just that unfortunately he's always with tall people. So we all just register him as a shorty. One day I'm looking up reference because I no longer have my previous drawings on this computer because it's a new computer. I can't pull those up to look how I used to do things. I had to look on the internet from my own blog, a stranger looking in. I'm not the man I used to be. See, what did I do on their designs? Okay, here we go. Voice design really came out well, in my brain at least. Okay, let's see. Oh, we're actually getting the drawing for everyone you clicked off. Pulled up my references, and now we're getting to work. I don't know if I said it on stream before, but when Hearts of Bull came out, that was a celebration for a follower count on the blog. And then when Savannah Claw ended up coming out, we had hit about like 2,000. So I was actually like legitimately worried that by the time we got to Fish Boys, we would be at 3,000. I was like, maybe I'll just upload every dorm every 1,000 I get at this rate. Ooh, another bot. Hello. I really want to test it on this group. Okay. There's Floyd. There he is. Oh. Okay. Do I have a favorite Disney movie? Favorite Disney movie. Disney. I don't really watch movies a lot in the first place. What do we? It's like that's just Disney movie in general. What did I watch a lot when I was younger? Rather than like I liked the entirety of one movie, I just liked like I'd watch the same movie for one scene only. Like I just rewatched that one scene over and over. Because that was like, and then I don't remember anything else of the movie because I never watched the rest of the movie. I was only interested in that one moment. But let's see, my favorite, just like, I guess my favorite would be Cinderella. That's a movie I actually liked watching the full thing of it. Cinderella is just my favorite fairy tale in general. Well, the kid-friendly version of it. See, what did I do here? Okay. What do I do for their hands? Ah! My sketches! Okay, just like this. Oh, it goes like this. Hi Sophie, thanks for remembering me. Thank you, Sophie. You're not here all the time, but when you are... I guess you gotta listen now, Sophie, because I might drop some lore. Do keep in mind that we did make the Discord so you guys could continue your chats that weren't related to the stream in there. And I would assume that the Twitch chat would be for talking about the stream. Because we do have another chat for other topics. What do we have to do for this bit? And what did I do about shoes? Bracelets or bandages? Where? On his arm? Those are... hold on. This is a belt. I guess it's... Excellent. Okay. If I do like his hand, it's like a belt section here. On the belt section here. That's what his hands look like. They're belts. If we meet the group based off canon, does that mean we get caught up in our deal or something? Let's see, for this group in particular. With Savannah Claw, they found you... like... Oh, I'm kind of like mulling on the details, because I think you probably like took a walk, and they kind of just ran into you on their usual... like... we came to check on Heart's Level. And we just kind of nab you and run. I guess like nab you and run probably isn't the right way to put that, but you know what I mean. Terminal. Let's see, what would happen in that story? Well, here they deal in like... they deal in information about yokai and about humans. So... I don't know, I guess like it depends on why, like who went to them. Or maybe they just got some information about you. Still thinking about it. Well, they're probably like they heard the news about like all these big shots from Heart's Level and Savannah Claw were suddenly, you know, collared, so they're like, that's pretty big news because Leona's been a wanderer for a very long time. Same with Grim. Another, like, old, really powerful yokai. Suddenly got a master. I mean, like... I think like the biggest news is that Grim got a... Like, Grim, who's been very famous, very old, very powerful, suddenly got a master. And then, like, Leona, a criminal who, admittedly, while most have forgotten about that, because not a lot of people lived since past that time, but like he was like a wanted criminal for a while. That's pretty infamous. Is that a tie or their collar? Yeah, that's their collar right there. I think I'm gonna have to redo this because I think I just figured out what the scribble was saying to me. Actually, hold on, I'll keep it, hold up. Leona was a... What do you mean Leona was a criminal? He killed his brother! Yeah, but the thing is, Leona was a homebody, and Farona actually went out and was known by the people during the time, which was rather an undeveloped time because at the time they were still relying on the shrine priestesses to tell them about yokai. So his brother was much more well-loved than he was. And, like, his brother had gone out to help with the entire situation that was happening, and then only when he comes back to the shrine after a fight and finds out that his master is dead and goes bonkers does Leona kill him. So technically no one really knew the situation at the time. And like, how did they know that Leona didn't just kill his brother's master too? Why do you gotta write up meeting master scenarios? Well, people keep sending me asks about them. So it's probably an inevitability at this point, it's just a matter of when I get down to it. Because Hearts Level was a very easy group to do because it's just Grim taking you to the temple. Savannah Claw, meeting them can like be different circumstances for you. Because I don't even know if you're the type who takes walks outside. I don't. If I could be cooped up inside. So I have to think a little more about that. Probably look at the Savannah Claus story again. I'm tempted to just copy and paste the line over. It's just like I was kind of thinking about it. I was like, do you like who likes going outside? So it's like, I had to really think about it. People have a lot of diverse opinions. I mean, you don't have to be anywhere. I don't even know if you stayed at Hearts of the Wool, is the thing. Because there's no yokai meeting you're required for. I mean, it's like not that big of a deal if Riddle leaves, because he's just the current... Like, he's the current runner of it. But I imagine that the previous head is still around. You can probably pull him out of retirement. Well, it happens. When you're a yokai, you'd expect these kind of things to happen anyways. Like, what if my master just suddenly appears and, well, we just gotta start over then. It's something you go in knowing, in their business. Well, that's how they are as a species. It's just like, yep, their master comes above everything. I mean, they'd feel it. Ah, Zool. Actually, with the Zool, I feel like he'd know as soon as he started investigating you, due to the nature of his abilities. That's probably why he's trying to get to you, or get you to him. Given the nature of Azul's ability, I imagine he'd like try to get contracts with a bunch of yokai that are near you. Not your yokai, just like people like yokai that like live in your area, whether it's the Heartful Temple, you just decide to bring all your yokai with you home. You tried to get yokai in your area. So we can get more information. I mean, you can leave the internet to Grim. I'm sure he has some way. Grim and Cater, maybe. Idia? You won't be getting Idia for like a while, so... I don't imagine you'd hold out till Idia. Is Idia good with technology in this AU? I'd say so, but it's less like he thinks of it like technology and more like human gadgets. Cause Edie is a pretty old yokai too. So Idia would have been around when, like, everything was invented. Idia is part of the has to be summoned category along with Ortho. Did you first encounter him? But like after that you can pretty much call him anytime if you have the right stuff. Well, it actually takes a lot to summon him, so maybe you should no, maybe you shouldn't. I don't think you can. Not like it's really dangerous or requires a lot of resources to summon Idia. It's just that it's very tedious, very taxing. You do it on purpose so people don't bother him. There's that. It's also just like the nature of his abilities. And what he is. Alright, time for Zool. Out of this group, Azul's probably the one who's going to need the most concept design. Actually, yeah, this entire page is mostly just Azul. I did the twins like twice and I was satisfied, and then Azul is like all over this page. See. Oh, they're wearing the same outfit. This is just See, this is just Floyd put his sleeves down and Jade's wearing them. That's basically it. Oh, I should fix this while I'm at it. Ace has a similar look. Can never skip basketball club. And then, you know, collars, other shirts. You have expected Floyd to be shirtless. Maybe he would have if he didn't work where he did. Because he works with humans and pretending to be human. And unlike Riddle, he just can't go around being shirtless. Honestly, half the reason why Riddle is shirtless is like, well, one, because he's an Oni, And 2, because, you know, when he gets big. I guess actually since we did the designs around here, I probably can start drawing them in the Discord. If you ask me about them. I can't tell you anything about their abilities, but we can start talking about them. Being in places, doing things. Guess we can already talk about that though. Actually, what did I decide on this? Looking back and forth on my sketches. Because I did Azul's design before I did the Hunter, so I was like, is this overlap? No. Because Hunters wear a hat, and I was like, should I make Azul wear a hat too? Let's let Azul wear a hat. Wait. I'm gonna erase this then. There we go. Hat. And see, what did I do here? This is the... It's the twins because they're kind of getting in the way. They're kind of just in the way in general. Yeah, Zoo's probably gonna get the most redesigns out of this entire group. We've had the most redesigns in each group. Well, not all the groups have been like heavily designed. I've done most concepts for most of them. Right now, it's probably Savannah Claw right now. Scarabia's going through a lot of designs too, but it's just because I can't decide how I want their species to look. Also, the designs I keep making up look too similar to just their regular twist designs. I definitely had a lot of issues with Savannah Claw. I keep making them like more complicated and then more simple than too complicated and too simple. Let's see what I do here. Okay. Hearts Level was a pretty like default group. They're also kind of like the normal basis for all the other yokai groups. So they didn't take very long at all. I mean, technically Azul is an information company, so he might as well look a bit like a detective. I give his glasses. Okay, that's what I did. Bye, Sophie. Thanks for coming to the stream. Good luck on missing out on the lore about the spell, Sophie. Oh, but yeah, a lot of people have asked me about overblots before and what they are in this AU, or if they exist in this AU. They kind of do. Actually what happens is that they have something similar in this world, but it's not really about, well, everything's about Master, but what it is that it's actually, you can already see who would have a tendency for it. Just go little platforms. But because kind of like Overblot, it's only for like really powerful yokais who can do enough damage to hit like really bad disaster level yokais. You can actually already see it on like Riddle and Leona, and Grimm actually too. I put it in all their designs from the start. I was kind of hoping someone would have mentioned them before because like it's like the one common point that keeps appearing sometimes, but I guess most people just thought it was a design choice, which is fair. Just fair. Probably just thought it was a design choice. I mean, I made the ropes different colors and people asked me about that. That could have been a design choice. It wasn't, but it could have been. When people asked me about it. Question mark. They are a species that's capable of it, but it's not based on what species you are, it's based on like your actual track history, you could call it. It's something they put on yokai who have a history, you can call it. It's their criminal record. Red and white rope. Yes, it is the red and white rope. That is a sacred rope made by the Shrine Maiden. That's what their sealing power typically is, or for like they'll make a holy rope and then put it on the yokai in question. So it's put on those with a history of who have already gone berserk and have done damage. It's there to subdue them. But yeah, it's a sign that they have a record. So the old guys. I mean, Riddle's not old. Again, it's on the folks who have a record of going berserk and have caused damage. Bye, thanks for coming to the stream. But yeah, so rather than Overblot, it's just like going berserk. The reason why the twins don't have any is because they've only really gone berserk after you leave. And at the time, well, the Shrine Maiden has no interest in roping them. So those who overblotted and twist will be roped. I'll just make them bigger. There we go. Alright, there's your former fish boys. If you're wondering, Azul's top looks the same as how Jade wears it, he just has a cloak. And his middle section's fancier. Cause he's a roped yokai. Because while being roped is a sign that you've done something bad, it is also a sign that you are strong enough to be considered a large enough threat to get roped. So it's also a bit of a flex. But well, better not to have it than do have it. It's just a sign that you shouldn't underestimate whoever has been roped. Because for hunters, if they see that you've been roped, you've also probably been registered as a dangerous yokai they need to keep an eye on. And if something happens, they're typically going to go look at the roped yokai first. Now the question of putting this on the Discord or not, or we should just keep it here on stream. I mean, I guess we should keep it here. They're not officially out, and if I put it on the Discord, people will think they are out, even if I say they're not. And then, you know, use this as a lure to bring them in. You tell those folks who didn't come on the stream, if you're on the Discord and you're here on stream, you tell those folks that they missed out. They missed out on Octagonal lore. And also about Overblots. Probably gonna use this Floyd as the as the thumbnail. Alright, what should we do next? We're coming up 3 hours. That's a respectable stream time than my usual 6-7 hours. Am I going to post the punch? I probably will post the punch on the Yokai AU, because those are 2 official characters. We'll keep this one to the Discord. We'll post this one. I guess I'll also post this maybe? I don't know. Mirror Smasher days. I don't want to draw a Smash Mirror. Smash Mirrors are a pain to draw. Because, like, I haven't really grasped how to do glass cracks yet. I've been doing a lot of pictures with them before, of course, but I don't feel like I quite have a grasp on it to do it without reference. And, like, sit there for a while. So I'll probably have to pass on that. Crazy Ace. Oh, that's right. I was thinking of, like, when it was just Hearts Level, I was thinking of getting Ace like a second design. Yokai Ace. Like, he has this one for when he's still sane, and then he has a second one for when he's been deemed a threat. I remember doing a design for that once. I don't have it in my sketchbook because I did it on my computer and then I thought I was dumb, so I just deleted it. Let's see, what do I have in my sketchbooks? Oh, no, this is the OG Quartet. Here's Scarabia. See... No, not that. Not this. This is Savannah Claw redraw. That's Yuma. Scarabia. The Liam Beta Designs. Heartsable Kid Designs. That's Yuma. Here's the Quartet. It's Valuous. That's Leo. Oh yeah, here's when I first made all the Twisto Cs. Well, it was just the concept design. I didn't do it because it didn't make sense. I just really liked the idea of it. Let's see, what should we draw? So many concept designs. Yandere Deuce? Deuce is, by his nature, he'll never really look yandere. Because he's just kind of the overbearing, overprotective type. He's a caretaker. Oh my god. Leona in his actual shrine uniform. I forgot I had those. No, Yui wouldn't do that. Yui's kind of an enigma in the Seiyu. But, Yui does things to their whims. So if Yui let the twins loose to actually do physical damage to things and people, then Yui's not gonna do anything to Ace. I forgot about Leona's shrine uniform. It was just like, I drew it during his initial concepts for like, if someone asked me about his past, and then I could show what his actual work uniform looked like. Because what he's wearing now is, not it. It's very nice, but not it. I don't think they let him work with that kind of chest. We already drew Leona getting punched. Let's draw him as a fancy man now. I mean, y'all already know Leona's backstory, so... For those who have read it, what did you think of the Leona backstory? First event for Twist is coming next month. Well, now I know. Whatever it is, as long as Malleus is not in it, I'm not pulling. Events have no consequence to me. Oh, it's the cooking one. Okay, yeah, then I'm definitely not doing it. I didn't pre-register, so I'm not getting any rewards. I only found out about Twist English when it was already out. And someone sent me a message on Tumblr like, it's out! And I'm like, what? Anyways, you guys said you were sad when you read the Leona backstory. Good. It is sad. What do you think I am? I don't write inks just to write inks. Does Leona still hate Malleus in this AU? His reasoning for hating Malleus in this AU is like a little different. He's more like he hates the indifferent god who watched as, you know, everything, like his entire family crumbled. Because he did serve Malleus as a shrine guard. There's even a section in the Leona backstory where I think his brother asks for, like, you know, blessings from their god, or just like for the god to watch over them when Cheka is born. And well, you know how that went. So Leona has no love, no respect for Valuous. Because Valuous is powerful and he could have done something, but he didn't. Why do I mouth being so much other than being powerful? Well, he's super old, so he's been here for a long time. If there's some gigantic, seemingly all-knowing, all-powerful giant thing that's just always there, people are just gonna worship it. Because people will, they worship the mountains and the sky and the ocean because they're huge and they're always there. So why not worship the giant sentient thing that's always been there? It's also because Grimm is more well known in the yokai community than he is like the human community. Grimm is elusive and he only interacted with yokai, really. Or it's only yokai who remember him. Also, Grimm is always on the move. Until Ace and Deuce were brought to Heart's Level, he was never in one place. He always kept traveling, which is why he's known by the entire yokai cast. Leona at this time, even when Checo, like before and even when Checo was around, he never really quite felt like he fit in with his family. His family was very bright and cheerful people. Who felt like a natural need to protect. Leona, I didn't like actually inherit properly his species disposition, which is to protect. He was not cheerful, nor was he any bit bright as an energetic. He is very smart, but he just never felt like he belonged. So that's why he doubted that he could take care of Cheka, and that he could be a good uncle. Because he didn't think he'd be the kind of person the child should be around. But then, you know, the incident happens and he decides that he's just going to embrace that he's not like his family. And that he'll love Cheka and take care of him in his own way. So he kind of embraces that he's going to have to be his brother's murderer, and he's probably going to live his life on the run. What color was a temple uniform? That's a good question, because like normally I'd say like because it was Malio Shrine, probably black and green, but this was back in the day, so it's probably like gold and white. I imagine Malio Shrine gets the black and green color shade later on. Events parallels canon. Do we meet Malleus early on? I think if you read the Insomnia tidbit on the blog. Where is it? And open up on a side thing. There it is, on the end bit of the Insomnia tidbit on the Yokai AU page. It ends with, "Hey, is it just me or did I see someone over there?" If you're wondering, it's Malleus. Speaking of Tempest, who is the one talking? Ace? Grim? It's Ace. When I wrote that, it was Ace. And then I was thinking of. How do they do this? Okay. What happened if... Well, the thing is, when it comes to yokai and their children, I discussed this in the Mixed Blood post on the OC blog. It's, they're kind of 50-50 on how they treat their children. Some yokai parents, like Yuma's for example, will turn on their kid. Well, they'll go completely berserk and they won't even recognize their own child. And the child will be forced to fight the parent. There's not a lot of cases where the child wins, like Yuma did. The other case scenario is Yuto, in which the parent yokai will use their child as like a coping mechanism of losing their master. So they'll look after the child and make sure it survives, and they'll raise it, but they have no real connection to the child anymore. It's like extended babysitting. It's not your kid. You don't feel like. But you're obligated to take care of it. So the parents will look after it, but they won't understand the child anymore. So, judging on how his brother was acting, Leona was sure he was a attack the child kind of type. So he tried to get Cheka out of there as fast as possible. But they understand their child before their master died. Yes, actually. They'd have more of a connection to the child then. You can also say they kind of lose their capacity for compassion and emotion after their master is gone. It's bad times all around, I would say. Being a yokai is depressing. It is very, like... It would be very taxing on a human, I would say that. Which is why, you know, mixed bloods aren't very stable. Like splits are never ever stable. Never be designed here if I'm too lazy to draw it. Yep, Savannah Claw has found their places and now they're doing alright now. How we do Leona's hair. Honestly, I could have done it when his shoulders were done, but I waited till the end because hair's really fun to do. My favorite thing is to draw is probably, well, I really like flowy stuff. So I like clothes, I like hair, I like doing faces, I like doing body poses, I like hands, I like doing legs. That's basically everything, isn't it? No scar, because he got that during the fight with his brother. Now we do some cheap coloring. Because this is probably our serious drawing of this room. Oh, Yona's one of the older characters, so he's got more backstory. Meanwhile, kids like Deuce or Ace are pretty young and they haven't had the chance to have anything happen to them. Well, you're the best thing that's ever going to happen to them. To any of them, really. Well, that is the nature of a yandere vlog. I'm like, oh, this isn't good, but you're still kinda into it anyways. Oh yeah, when I posted my OCs, the ones that aren't the usual ones, my OCs that have their own stories and such and are self-aware yanderes. I appreciate folks being curious about them. I was busy so I didn't get to respond, but I'm glad that there's interest in them. Top left, top left. Oh, the red thread kids. Those kids have been around for a while for me. One with the cat. Well, frick you mean. Yeah, that was supposed to be a serial killer plot. And then I got too carried away with it. As you can probably tell, it's the White Rabbit kid. I didn't say he was a yandere. Who's the one they're yandere for? The Alice kid right next to him. Also, wow, alien, just me and you again. True, it is always just me and you and the alien. Well, of course there's gonna be folks lurking. But I was referring to, like, folks that are actually actively speaking in chat, which is only alien. Oh yeah, I did see your sister's comment about them. I was gonna get to it. They are an interesting pair. I do really like those two. I was like thinking if I should talk about this pair here, but I guess I can talk a little bit about them. As you can probably tell, the Phantom Thief is a literal ghost. I mean, he had a ghost tail. I thought it was obvious. Yeah, it's a literal ghost. He's a literal ghost. A phantom. But yes, I'll talk more about the OCs in the server once this is all over. So now that you know that he's an actual ghost, you can rethink what kind of questions you want to ask me about him. Like, why is he a ghost, for example, I guess? That's always a question you ask when someone's a ghost. Let's see, that's about 5 drawings. We're almost to 4 hours. Look, we're doing so good on time, y'all! I might end this before it becomes 6 hours! I'm improving. This is pretty short for my streams. We have been doing like little pictures today. I mean, we're not done yet today. Because, you know, it's only been almost 4 hours. We can go for a little longer. We're just running out of things to draw real fast that are Yokai AU. Because, like, when I came on today's stream, I wasn't really planning on doing Yokai AU today. I was gonna draw OCs again, but you know, requests. We got requests in. You're always here, Alien. Thanks for that. Thanks for always chatting when no one else will. At the other horsemen, we don't chat that often. Sophie and me have already been in call twice, and Chad's not on most of the time. Chad focused a lot more on chatting with you guys than they do with us. The only thing we really talk about is like things that are happening on the server and how we should address things. It's a lot of business talk. I want to talk with you guys, but I get nervous. You get nervous? Well, that's not something I can really say how to fix, but because I don't know what to say and I don't want to bother any of you guys. Well, unfortunately, it's our job to get bothered. Because we have to watch over the server and make sure it doesn't go to hell. Doesn't crumble apart, because we get a lot of things happening, and while it might not seem a big deal to you at the time, we have very, very long discussions. But we're figuring things out, so just like it's fine, you just keep chatting as you usually do, but like because we're gonna be there and we're gonna try and herd you guys around to make sure things don't go and explode. So you just kind of pick up cues from how we've been acting and then act accordingly, I suppose. But then again, there are always folks that are not able to pick up on cues. I feel like I do something wrong every week and make you guys feel bad. Well, I guess it depends on like what you classify as wrong. If you mean wrong by like, I guess like treading on some unknown rule you didn't know before, it's because we don't know either. We're making the rules as we work. We're watching you guys and watching how things go to see what kind of rules we need. And while this isn't encouragement for you to go and push every boundary in existence, the age group of the Discord server is pretty young, and we all know that. So we all know that sometimes y'all get caught up in the flow, or aren't the best at wording things, or listening. Or when you say that you understand, because we had some folks with like that, well, that are like, that seem to understand, but then we realize later it's like, oh, wait, I don't think they understand what we thought they understood. So it's a mess on the server when it does get really, really lively. The whole fiasco with the quartet chat was a lot. That's still under discussions, really. But the mods are pretty chill. Actually, Sophie already called me weird for this, but I'm the sort of person who finds being troubled kind of fun. I find being annoyed and angered and saddened very fun. Sophie already called me weird for it, so... But, Sophie and Chad are our Discord Chad, because we have a Discord chat and a Twitch chat. Sophie and Chad are very... They're very tolerant, they're very patient people. They're also pretty highly responsive. And they do, like, comprehend pretty well. So it's fine to depend on them if something happens and you don't understand what you're doing. If it's bad or not. Oh, you want me to explain why I think things are fun? What was it? Sophie called me a word, but it's some sort of term. I forgot what it was. I guess you could say it like this. I don't get a lot of emotional stimulation, which is why I'm so into fiction and stuff, because it's an easy way to get my emotional fix. Otherwise, I'm not one to emote. So when I do feel an emotion, I think it's fun. I think it's exciting, no matter what the emotion is. So every experience is fun to me, even if it was a pain to deal with. I just think that's part of the fun. I'm that kind of person, so even if you did annoy me or anger me or make me very sad, you can take heart in that while I did feel those emotions, I'm not gonna hold it against you forever, or like it's not going to... I'm gonna secretly stab you in the back later for it. Because I do enjoy these experiences, but that's not an invitation for you to go and, you know, cause trouble, because my feelings aside, the other horsemen are fairly normal in the emotional department, so you probably shouldn't try and push their buttons. I have yet to see anyone, like, destroy Chad's buttons, but... Don't try it. Don't try and destroy Chad's buttons. I don't want to see what happens when that happens. Sophie, on the other hand, I guess most of you can already tell that you can tease Sophie. And Sophie can take it pretty well. Sophie, is responsible though, very responsible. They've really come through a lot, during a lot of things. So it's fine to chat with them like they're just regular members. And it's like, if you're really conscious of that they are moderators, then you can just use them as a guide on how to behave. Because I did tell them that they're going to be guidelines for how others should behave. It's like, what kind of topics you can go really into, or when to move to a different chat, or... You know, it's like the way how you horses have caught on to getting new people to go to the Rolls channel. And that you catch on to that, and then you started, you know, mimicking them, to so to speak, and then other people start mimicking you. It's that kind of thing. It's a spread of behavior. Yeah, it's kind of like what we're hoping to get all of you horses to be doing. You get nervous because they're so cool. They are not cool. I was gonna say, like, don't tell them. It's like, no, you can tell them. Tell them I said they weren't cool. Actually, I'll probably tell them myself later, but... Are they cool? Them? like squinting at them. I guess so. They are good people. They are good for people, and they've really lived up to the moderator name after I abruptly made them moderators. But still, again, like I said before on the Discord, consider the alternative. If you don't interact with them, then they don't get any interaction with people. Unless they kind of come in themselves. It's like what y'all did with me. It's because you didn't want to bother me, and the alternative, no one wants to talk to me. Or wants to hear from me what I'm doing, or like what I'm making and what I think about things. Because this is the internet. This is online. You're never going to interact with people if you don't, you know, say something to them. I guess it's the same thing for real life, but in real life you get the added benefit of having your physical bodies there. So maybe you can't say it directly, but you can like bump elbows with them and like, oh my god, topic. So you have that going for you, or just being in the same environment. But online you have to actually physically input your words. You have to do a lot more thinking. In a way, online's a little harder than real life, because real life things just come out of your mouth. And then online you have to actually type things and think them. And then look at it again, and then you send them out, and then you have to keep looking at it, and other people are going to keep looking at what you've said, and that's there forever. You can't just pretend you mumbled it to the wind, because there is no wind to mumble to. You're saying everything in the same volume as everyone else forever. But yeah, we're trying to make it a casual server, so... The server was made for people to talk. You better tell them when you see them that you think they're cool. I think they already know that you think they're cool. They're pretty perceptive. Hi, welcome. We've already drawn 5 things and right now we're discussing the Discord server. The moderators take turns watching the Discord, so if someone's on a lot, you know, they'll learn more about them, because they take, well, I'm always on. Well, not always on, but I do read everything. And then the other two, when they're on, they usually keep a pretty good eye on things. Chad keeps a good eye on things. Sophie, 50-50. 50's, Sophie is usually multitasking, so... Since Sophie's usually multitasking, I can never tell if they're actually, you know, watching. Because then sometimes they'll kind of burst in and it's like, oh my god, did you see that? I'm like, you were here?! Well, something drastic happens, I'm sure Chad will run in, but... I hope nothing drastic happens because I have to deal with it. And then I have to think about protocol and consequences and the effect it has. I have a lot of things to think about when I run this server, you know? Being a Discord moderator is a lot more work than it looks. We do a lot of talking about the things that happen in the server. A lot of business talk. A lot of business talk. It's a lot of business talk. Let's see, okay. Maybe it's good that I'm not in chat with you guys. I don't know much about business. Well, I guess it's not like business as in we're making money off of this, but it's business as in like we're talking about serious stuff all the time in there. And it's like we see something, we're like, is that okay? And then we're talking about like what to do about it and what happens if we do something about it, and like this decision over that decision, like doing nothing about it versus doing something about it. There's a lot to consider when you're managing a community server. That's alright. I also took that into consideration when you asked if you were a good Discord moderator. I took into consideration all of your behavior patterns that I've seen so far. Like your behavior patterns, the way you talk, how other people react to you, how often you're on, how, like, all these things. I have to consider a lot of things when people ask me if they want to be a moderator. And it's a very... well, it's a lot of work on the Discord. So it's like, are you capable of it? Capable of it? Are you well suited for it? And then like, there are just some folks who are, like you, Alien, who are better off just being regular members, because regular members are also very important, because otherwise the Discord would be quiet. So you are contributing to the Discord just by being a member and chatting. Am I drawing now? We didn't get any like requests, so I'm just drawing what I want to draw now. Now you're stuck with me and doing what I want. Yokai AU, of course, but... I do have a lot of OCs, but I probably won't subject you guys to watching me draw them. But yeah, since being a moderator is so much work, we don't really get anyone volunteering anymore, so we might just be stuck with Sophie and Chad forever. Also, I haven't really seen anyone that seemed well suited to it. Oh, you have to change your name, Alien, because it's not going to be Horseman, it's going to be Stablehan. So we don't get you mixed up with the Discord moderators. That's just how it is. Alien, the world just isn't fair. Nope, you're stuck with stable hand. It's decided. Especially because you put up a fight about it. Now I'm stubborn. I do like you. I mean, look how I treat Sophie. I tease Sophie mercilessly. I usually, like, sometimes I pop up in chat purely just to join in everyone making fun of Sophie. Yokai Liam is also a very essential character in the AU, but you know, he's never mentioned. And you'll never see him in the main story, but he does a lot of background stuff, like always. He's always doing background stuff, this boy. What kind of yokai is Liam? Did I never mention it? Does anyone remember if I mentioned what yokai Liam is? I didn't? It's weird. I feel like I said it before, but I guess not. I might have just said it to myself. And I just thought I told you guys. Yeah, true. Alien Sophie, between you two are like a dictionary of things I've done. I've shown his design before on a sketchbook post on their blog. The OC blog. So it is there, along with the other designs. Well, if you ask, if you ask on the Discord or the Twitch chat, since Alien is typically around, like Alien or Sophie, those two will probably be able to answer you. If I'm not there, of course. I mean, Alien always being around about as ominous as the fact that I read everything. Yokai Liam's on the OC blog. If you just like go to the Yokai AU tag on there. Okay, it's down here. Oh, right, what Yokai Liam is. He's a... what are they called? Baku. They're the Dream Eaters. Which blog? The OC blog. It's on Tumblr. It's the Twisted with You. Where did you come from if you don't even know the blog names? How'd you get on the Discord server? It's in a... It was under a read more. Because it was textbook sketches. I did all the... I showed Yui's design and the other two. The brothers. It's not in the main blog, it's in the... I consider the OC blog the side blog. The yokai blog is more the main blog. Because the Yokai AU blog came first before the OC blog, so... No, the OC one just has more stuff because it's the less professional one. The Yokai blog was more geared to look like a... kind of just like a illustrated Imagines blog at its core. So it's more like the professional one, and then the OC blog is where I just put all my dumb stuff. That's why it also has the stream announcement because it's not really related to Yokai AU, so I didn't put it on the main blog. It's under the Yokai tag. It's under read more. Under read more, I probably should be talking about like just about them in general in the Yokai AU. Oh my god, I'm gonna open the Tumblr. Let's see. Let's see. I have to pull out the Hold on, I'm looking. I had to scroll past a lot of things. And the internet's slower because I'm streaming. Oh, found it. Gotta open Discord. Like, how did you find this stream, the Discord server, anything? What do you mean you're just mad? You gotta, like, come in here somehow. Like, that you... I'm not sure if I consider it cool to be mysterious because I have to worry about these things. Okay. I posted it in the Discord. So you can go look there. It's in the chat for the stream category. So you'll have to figure your way out there. Seriously, how did you get here? Cause like, you didn't know about the blogs. I was like, it's... Just don't understand. I just don't understand. The only way usually you'd get here is by the blogs, most folks. Anyways, I didn't get here by the blogs, usually you're recommended here by someone else. Oh, so you did find us through the vlogs. Well, they're not complicated format, they're endless scroll. So you just keep scrolling and things appear. And then the The Yokai AU one has a directory. Released 1 year? Maybe. I don't even feel like I've been active for a year. I'm doing the stuff I always do, so I don't feel like I've come very far at all. Well, just more people have come. That's basically it. That's the only thing that's changed. Let's see, Liam is okay. They're up for decoration, or does Liam have a master? He has a master, it's you. Well, of course Liam has a master. All yokai have masters. Oh yeah, Yuto's in an official position and he needs to wear a uniform. Doing a full body Leo. My goodness, Liam. You always look like this? Oh, he is in Ponfiora for he's in Ponfiora or nothing. And then after this, it's the okay. True, he is stubborn. Stubborn about breaking the world. Would he not trip over the long sleeves in his trail? Well, it doesn't move much to begin with. Does he consider the quartet his friends? Yes, he's been there ever since they were kids. Sure doesn't. Not in like the regular AUs usually. Cause he's got his own plans and his own ambitions and he's never like never the time for it for him. He's always too busy. I guess less antisocial and more like he doesn't see any need for it. Not gonna get him any closer to his goal. He doesn't have like a kind of... It's not the kind of goal that he requires other people for. Is he full blood? Yes, he is. Ooh, bot. Now, I don't know if anyone remembers, but if anyone remembers, Grim Sleeves also has something similar to this. This section here. Not to mention how Liam's charm is. And how long his rope is. Very similar to Grim. Mmm. What could that mean? I don't think if anyone actually noticed either, but Grimm's makeup is actually a little different from the rest of the Hearts of the Bull Boys. I don't think anyone noticed. Fools. It was on purpose. Well, there's not actually like any real world symbolism to how I design these things. Besides, you know, the obvious Japanese theming. Because they're yokai. But it's like, there are lore reasons for how I do designs. Everything has its history. Whoa, Sophie, welcome back. Missed a lot of lore about Overblots. Oh, and Leona and all that. How will you go on? Guess you have to just quit writing that fic now. So sad. I did not compliment you. I said no such thing. I was gonna call you uncool. But the words are different, so it's a different thing. Just by that. Oh, we lost Sophie again, rip. I mean, I don't see why not. I'm touching Liam's ears. Him with long hair. He has long hair in the sketches. Yep, he has long hair in all the sketches I did of him. I guess so. No one remembers my characters and what I've drawn as much as I do. I guess I'm just used to like analysis from like my time on Pixiv. A lot of sketch drawings on there, so you have to really squint at things and analyze and be like, is that what the thing is? So I'm just kind of used to that kind of thinking. Oh yeah, Idia's horns. Those have been around for so long. See, this is that, and yeah, okay, yeah. Wow, Liam. Oh man, Liam. Well, we'll just have to open something then. I do not have all of my pictures up yet, my references. There it is. There we go. And I guess the reason why Liam keeps getting long hair in like other AUs, or like just in the regular world, regular Twist Wonderland, is because he's been around for so long that it just kind of grows back on its own. And then he has to cut it again. I don't know if I want to call him wholesome in this outfit. Put this up for... Here's actually this color. There we go. Now it looks more like Liam. If I take that color first. Oh yeah, the reason why Liam and Grimm have such similarities in their outfit as in the holes on their sleeves and the really long rope. Is because they both come from the same era. Well, this was just the norm kind of clothing in their time. Oh, Sophie. Oh, I was looking at chat, I miscolored. Yeah, Liam was probably the same age as Grum. Goodbye. Thank you for coming to the stream. I'm just coloring now. Another goodbye. Thank you for coming to the stream. Was Liam like an adult before he met you? Technically yes. Yes, he was. I have to pull from those because I don't have my reference pictures anymore. Go make those again. Well, you know what they say, time is just another place. I don't know if they actually say that, but that certainly is the theory. That time is just like a place. Bye, thanks for coming to the stream. Oh yeah, but about the time being a place, that's like some fourth dimension stuff. And like, the fourth dimension stuff is a lot to get into. We can come back to it when all of you have done all of Zero Escape. Zero Escape, the video game series. Ooh, we're going 5 hours. This is what happens when you miss the stream. You miss out on lore and me telling people things. It's back to archive land with you. Banished. Ugh, alien, yes, you're no fun. Can't just give the answer straight out, that's no fun. I was hoping to get Sophie back in archive land. This is a payback for the apology letters you made me write. Ugh, my Twitch chat is no fun. Won't let me hold any lore. You really don't need to help, Sophie. You can leave them in the grave, it's fine. Well, I guess I just have to quit streaming now, because no one wants to be my friend anymore. That's okay. I don't need allies. Oh, that's alright. If you wonder what I'm drawing now, I'm drawing what Liam's backside looks like, because people were asking me about it earlier. So. Well, the price of my hubris is that you'll never get to see anything I draw anymore. Never posting again. I quit everything. Goodbye. This is my retirement stream. I'll go back to my Genshin hovel. That's okay, y'all. You can team up on me, I don't care. I'm just here to draw. Let's see. Okay. I never have to tell you guys anything again, good point. I'll just draw things and never tell you anything. Let's go back to drawing Aether all day and you guys never get any more lore. Oh, it's like this. I just said I was going to be drawing live for y'all. That's okay. I've also spent a long time with no one to listen about my Genshin work, so now I can just draw Aether forever and never post anything anymore. I'll just draw Aether and my usual stuff. Well, I'll be drawing, I just won't be posting anything. Oh, I can finally start development on the other thing I was thinking about. Ooh, this is what I do for this. Sketches are so small I had to kind of squint at them. There we go. Use the sleeve and then we get back to the I do like big sleeves, yeah. The oversized sleeves that cover your hands. Let's see. Do you remember this? Like an X here, so oh, it's like I had to put this lower. Okay, there we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay. Nope. Ugh, my brain's really chugging. That's it. It was like that, and then you do this, and then. Okay, so. My brain is not computing this right now. Hold on. I have to sketch it down first. Okay, so you do it like this. If you wonder what I'm doing it on my sketchbook. Back around the front. Hit up. Go around. Okay. Okay, crosses it here. And then I just look at it. Okay. Alright, we're good. I know it didn't seem like much, but it matters to me, because I have to think about it. There we go. Okay. I mean, if we're gonna make the yokai, you might as well make the fluffy ones. You have a couple ones that aren't fluffy, so... Cool, Liam. Actually, I can see how many. Wow. Okay. Let's see, we're up to G right now. That's about as much as we usually draw. Alright, it's review time. We did this. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this. So wow, what a productive stream! My goodness. Now I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for the thumbnail because I do too much. I usually put on the thumbnail what our serious drawing of the stream was. I guess that would be Liam, but like, this is more interesting. Or like even this. It's just like, I'm gonna have a hard time figuring out what I'm gonna do for the thumbnail. Wow. But I guess we'll just have to go on to the next screen. Well, wait. Alright, now it's time for wind down hours. Use the height chart. The height chart's definitely going to be in there. I usually put like the meme drawing in the thumbnail too. Somewhere. Forston's been on there a couple times. Now I have to open up the make my thumbnail thing. I usually do this once I'm done with the stream and I'm waiting for it to upload on YouTube. But I'm just opening it now. I mean, you did request it, Sophie, so of course you have a preference. Let's see. Guess I have to pull out a picture of the avatar first. There she is, and then I post. Well, I gotta make some sort of thumbnail bait. Then again, my titles aren't very exciting, so you can tell it's just an archive. Punch is pretty good. I'll probably put the punch in. I'm making a thumbnail right now. It's happening. Let's see. I gotta pull the punch out. Okay, this thumbnail looks like a disaster already. Hold on, I'll move us back to the drawing screen. So like there's some sort of fist fight going on in the back. I have a bunch of expressions for my avatar. Well, you know, because she's only a 2-image reactive thing. You don't get to see any of the other expressions I made for her besides thumbnails. Y'all didn't even know what her full body looked like until I posted it. I have to do editing on these pictures so I can put them in the thumbnail. Dang you, Ace. Ace, our unofficial Yokai AU mascot. Officially, it's Grim, but I keep using Ace for stuff. Mods, did you have fun this stream? What would you do if I said no? Cause yeah, of course I had fun this stream, but like, what happens if I said no? Can I drink water? Yes, I have water. I always make sure to get water when I start a stream. Be sad, I guess. That's the only thing you do. Let's see, I gotta find out. Okay, this is... This is 4, okay. Okay. Alright, that's the thumbnail. Now you guys just have to look forward to it. Now I gotta pull open the browser, open Twitch, and then I gotta go to the YouTube. Oops, and make sure it gets onto YouTube's. So I could do the edits for the things and do this and that. Well, it's not that much work. But yeah. Hi! Or, well, welcome to the end of the stream! I'll be on the Discord server right after this, but this will be the end of the stream, y'all! Thanks for coming to what is officially our 7th stream. The 7th stream we needed to become Twitch affiliates. Ain't that something? It'll take a while before Twitch registers that I've streamed though, so it'll probably take a while before the official announcement comes in, but yeah. Alright guys, thanks for coming to today's stream, 5 hours. I'll see you in the stable if you're in there. And well, we won't be streaming for 2 weeks, remember that. So it'll be like 3 weeks till you see me next. So yeah, guys, catch me in the Discord, because we won't be here for 2 weeks. And well, see you in 3 weeks.